All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Again, we are going to be having Lo-Fi Geeks music in the background, which provides us with nice, no copyright work, sleep, study beats. All right. Keep that rolling, and things look a little too bright on the screen. All right. That looks better. Let's keep going from where we left off yesterday. So let's get our BattleGrids open. And upon listening back yesterday, I thought the music, at least on speakers, seemed extremely low. So I've given it a slight boost today. But if it is too high, hopefully somebody will let me know. I have no good way of monitoring exactly what is coming out on the other side. Okay. So where we left off, we were working on our getting our lobby and main menu working. So if we just take a look at what we've got, relax into the day, and figure out what we need to do. So launch 2 standalone clients here. We've got a host game setup menu. We can give our server name something. Notice, so this is on by default. Let's turn that off, but without a server name, we cannot accept. So we need a server name. Number of players, we can bump it up. I've set it at a maximum of 8, minimum of 1. LAN or online. I don't know how online works, but I know LAN. We've got it started. We have a little chat. We haven't set up how the chat works yet. Maybe we can add some visual dividers to this so that there's some idea of what's going on here. But on client 2 over here, we can search on the LAN. We found a game. And we're in. We need to get the updating between these two working so that the list gets populated when somebody joins in, and it should show the host as well. So let's go ahead and start working on how we're updating the server with user data. So we need our game mode. We need our player controller. I think these are the 2 primary things that we'll be using along with the UI itself. So we've got this update all connected player lobby widgets. This is our big, giant main update function. So it's going to get all the connected players, get the length of it, the player count. It's going to check, do we have at least 1 player? If so, I'm going to clear our array of connected players info. We're going to go through our array of all connected players. How are we populating that? It's in our network, right? Post login, we get a newly connected player, we add to the unique, we run the initial setup. So let's follow this. Our initial setup receives the server name from our game mode. Setup and calls setup lobby menu widget. We turn on our mouse cursor in case it's not already on. We receive the server name, create the lobby menu widget, and pass it in there. Set our own reference, so every player controller will have a reference to this lobby menu. This runs on client only, because we do not want to be making a UI on the server side player controller. We add it to the viewport, and we set our input to UI only. We're not in the game yet, so just UI. We come back out of that, we come back out of that, where are we? So that's the post login, so that it ends here so far. Called when player connects and receives a player controller. Right? Yep. So let's take a look at our UI, our lobby menu. Let me give these outlines. I don't think so. Maybe we can just lighten it a little, and then just do a little padding around the sides. Maybe that will be nice. So again, let's get this same color. Let's go with our panel here, paste the color, give it a little indentation again. So that should just quickly jump in here. Yeah. That gives a little separation. Server name is not updating, notice. This should be test, which comes over from when we name it. So let's find out why that is not happening. So where's our construct? Here we go, on construct. What else do we have in here? We've got a server name text. Is this... We didn't bind it, so here we go. Server name text. Let's see if that fixes that. My heater is blasting on, so my voice might get a little fuzzy here as the noise suppression handles that. It is cold as hell. Yep. And let's see if it works. Make sure that that is getting properly sent over to client who joins. So we do know that we are indeed connected to one another. All right. Let's continue working on our player list. So we've got this add player to player list event. We're just not calling these, I think, is what. So we need to go through and make sure. So this right here, we need to call somewhere, update lobby widget, which I believe needs to be called in this update all connected player lobby widgets. Update lobby widget client. Also, while we're at it, our main menu on our host game, this button is not enabled by default because the server name is empty. All right. So are we ever calling this? Don't believe so. So when somebody event post login, initial setup, this goes to the initial setup here, runs this. This probably is where we would want to call update all connected player lobby widgets. Every time somebody excuse me, every time somebody joins. Let's go ahead and host BattleGrids, the game. Let's see what a nice long one looks like. 2 players. Hey, it fits. And look, we added ourselves. We don't have a name, so that's why we're not there. But let's so we need to introduce that functionality. The first time somebody launches the game, we need a name. Looks like 2 got called, so it now says 2 up here. It is not getting called here. If we hit ready, doesn't look like it. We didn't get added either. So, and when we quit, that didn't change. I don't know if that ever actually changed. No, it did, because it's 1 by default, right? And it's set to player count. And player count... Update player count is right here. Player count, let's make it 0 by default. The text. So I'm going to call this we probably don't want to... This is probably happening too quickly. And that's the problem with events, too, is I believe that they fire off in parallel. It's not going to wait for the other one to finish. That's why they put these little delays in here. So if we put a delay, you know, of 1 second, let's see what happens. Cool, 0 went to 1. as the host ourselves got added. We are joining over here. This went to 2 as we got added. This is probably ourselves. So the issue is probably some data is not being replicated properly. So let's just look at some stuff, shall we? I'm going to go ahead and open my other project that has some of this built out already to reference. I sound weird. I'm thinking it's because my HVAC is on and the sound suppression is trying to handle that. So let me turn down my gain a little on the microphone. Alright, so now if I'm talking at this volume, how do I sound, Kevin? Alright, well, doing the best I can with sound suppression and a loud as hell HVAC unit. Okay. Going to open up, I think, that. And I think I want... Is it because when I talk there's like a fuzz underneath? Yeah, that's the HVAC unit. The noise suppression kicks in when I stop talking, so it goes dead silent. However, when I talk... Right. Okay, it just clicked off. Do I now? It's gone now. So when I speak, how do I sound now? I'm speaking without an HVAC unit behind me now. That's not what I want. Yeah, so unfortunately, that's the dang HVAC unit. I might have to just spend some time with it on full blast for a while off this weekend or something, and test out the noise suppression and compression itself and how it's being how the HVAC affects it, because without it on, man, that thing is like a solid 30 to 40 dB in the background of just noise. Okay. So, let me take a look in here and just see what we have. That's replicated, all right. That's client side. What are we missing here? Not doing chat yet. Not doing the color assignment yet. We've got this. Okay. Update. let's rename this. This needs to be add connected player list. And this runs client side. All right, so what if I watch this? Because on this other project, they're saving a replicated copy of this data on the player controller so that every client has the information of connected player info. But I feel like we don't need to do that. We could just receive it, loop through it, and add it here. But maybe I don't know how that stuff is stored, so I would assume this widget would then just hold that information. It just passes it through, and we don't need to duplicate data around places. But I have no idea. Sometimes I'm caught off guard. So oh. Well then. Joint in mom's dresser drawer. Oh! Why do you do that, Windows? I don't need you minimizing everything. Give me back my stuff. Jeez. And turn off that hot corner or whatever. Test, launch. Got a game over here. Find a game on the LAN. Found one. Let's join. Okay. If we hit ready. Ready doesn't seem to do it. And if we leave, the other person leaves. Okay. So, let's go ahead and... standalone doesn't even actually hit that, so you can't even debug. Well, that's painful. What if we try this? I think you can't test LAN with these, Did they change it? Can you? You can. Okay, so what... Do we ever does it get called? What happens when we hit this ready button? Are we the server? No, we're not. Let's get our ready. Our ready currently was true because I'd already hit it. So we're flipping it. Now it's not ready. We're going to call... Step into that. Call. We're going to update it all. Oop. Ah! I know what's wrong. We can't call this... we don't have access to the game mode on user interfaces. So we need to go up into the player controller server side to get access to the game mode. This will not get called because it doesn't exist. This is getting nothing. So we need to, on our network graph, where is it? Call update. Update status. Okay. So over here we have a call update function on the player controller. So let's make a new custom event. This runs on the server. This is let's call this update server. Update server data. This runs server. This runs on the server, is reliable. This will receive, this is called from our lobby menu. So here, when we're clicking the ready button, we're setting our ready. You know what? Let's not do that. What I want to do is call this update server data, and coming in I want the bool of ready, which will then set our ready here, which is replicated, so the client side should be the same. We then run on server and reliable. So when we click this, it's not gonna, what am I thinking? What do I want to do here? No, we don't need this input after all. What we need to do is just every time it's clicked, it knocks the ready. It just inverts it. Okay, and then we're going to get the game mode, which I had HUT. That's why it's there. I didn't just have an awesome hotkey for that. And that will call the update all connected players. This calls the server game mode to update all connected players. So these are client stuff, I think. Client, yeah. This initial setup client. This is server stuff over here. Okay. So, when this is called, then player count, connected player info. There we go. All right, let's test it. Doesn't look like it worked, but let's follow it and find out why. Hit ready. Come down here. Get our that. We go into it didn't call it. Because lobby menu is client side. Are we not the owning client? Is that the problem? Do we, when we're making this? No, we're the owner. We are the owner. So why is this not being called? It did get called. We now have a true ready value. We're calling that. We've got both players. All right, cool. We got two player controllers. Who are you? What's up, Z positive? All right, so our player count is 2. It's greater than 0. We currently have nothing in the connected players info, but we clear it anyway. Go through our connected players. Step out of that because I don't need to know about that. All right, we're getting a player controller. We're checking, is it valid? It is. We have added, whoops, check that out right there. Found a mistake. Okay, let's try this again. This is where I would like to break here. Host. Cool. The host is in and this gets called, so we know that's working. Update the player count and the ready. Step out. Okay, let's go ahead and resume. Good. Let's join in with our other. It's about time to get some more coffee. Okay, this gets called after a second. Good. We step. Step. Step out. Do it again for the next person. Oh. Was it not valid? Interesting. We didn't proceed. We hit ready. What happens? We've got 2 player controllers. They're both lobby. So we are on C0. We're on C0, right? Okay. So the lobby menu was perhaps not valid. So let's investigate that. We're updating the player count. Good. This is all still on the host, on who hosted it. We're updating the ready. Step out. Connected player widgets. Yeah, we've only got one connected player widget. So this add player to player. This has to be called before we can do this. And where does that get called? What's it called? Update ready state for connected player. Right here. Add player to player list. It should, oh, add connected player to player list, add player. So we're calling things in the wrong order. Okay, let's change the order around here. So, let's not do that there. Add connected players to the player list. Now here, move stuff down. This is where, this is just gathering the data that we need in this loop. And then we go and we do another loop. Once we've gathered data, we then spit it all back out to each of the players so that they can update. So our player controller, get the lobby menu, validated get. Once we've added this player to the player list, let's get these even. It's valid. We're going to update the ready status, and we can get the ready here, and we can get player info also. That. Okay. So hopefully we add there to the player, add to player list. This is where we get a connected player and create a connected player widget and add it to this array, which we need for updating ready state. So we can't update the ready state until we've made this array. So let's see how that works. Let's host again, 2 players. We're in, we're good. We're gonna find a game. Join. 2 got called here. We're still not doing that. So let's keep following the order of stuff. What I want to do is keep checking on potential variables that may need to be replicated. Connected players info in. So I don't believe the game mode just is on the server. None of this needs to be replicated, but let's return to. We are currently trying to get the lobby where somebody can host and people join in set up properly so that everybody can then migrate to the game. But if you'd like to see the actual game, if we open up that level, that works. So let's just do a standalone 1 player selected viewport. So this is what we're working on. This is dynamically created with a 2D grid macro. and this is meant for the snap. And we've got rotation, and we can lock in place. So this is going to be basically a tool for tabletop game for groups to create their own battle map for like Dungeons and Dragons or Cyberpunk. And then what I'm visualizing it is we then offer... I just killed that cube. We offer cinematic type stuff so that for like Twitch streams, for D&D streams, that they can get in here and with their models. So these are just test models, but we'll have other models in here. But and then you can unlock and move them. You can stack. So that's the goal, is a very easy to use drag and drop tabletop game as a supplement for D&D Beyond and other stuff. What am I doing? I am opening recent level of main menu. But for now, we're digging deep into multiplayer code. Thank you. That is the goal. Low learning curve, or a very low slope of a learning curve. Co-op zombie game. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do, we've got it where people can now join. If we go back to where we were. So the host can set up on the LAN, and we can find on the LAN. And if you watch this number right here, that gets called properly. And I should give these a default name so it would appear. So it would be right here. This is like 2 degrees of separation from that. This is, there's a guy, Dev Addict, on YouTube that took that Unreal multiplayer tutorial from the Epic one, and then updated it, because I believe that Epic one is from like 4.12 or something. And so this is roughly and loosely a continuation of a very similar setup. I have seen on YouTube, Dev Squad has one with Steam that I think I might work through over the weekend or something, in order to, because I visualize this eventually having a browser and utilizing Steam framework. So, yep. I'm basically there, but I'm trying to do things a little different, because I don't need a map or a game time. It's not a first-person shooter, and we're not spawning. We're not spawning in. So at the moment, I'm just trying to get the player list to properly update back and forth. And when I hit ready, I wanted the checkbox also to hit ready. But I know that they're connected, because if I do that, they're out. So cool. Well, I'm gonna keep plugging away and see if I can figure out what variable I don't have replicated, or so I think I'm going to follow again. Let's find our update, and we'll just follow that. Alright, for the host. Yep, there's the host. Going through. Valid, add, update the player count, step out, add to the player list, menu, and update the ready state for the connected player, step out. I wonder if we should investigate that. Okay, we're good, and we're back. Alright. Let's go ahead and join with the new player. Hit accept and join. We're in. Goes after a second delay. We've got 2 players connected. That is now 2. Clearing our player info. Lobby menu is valid. We're adding player info to that array. We're updating player count. Back to the loop. That is where it is failing. Our lobby menu is not valid. Why is our lobby menu not valid? It should be set right here. So I'm thinking, once again, this delay. So we might need to move things into functions so that it will wait. So this has to execute and finish. So let's make a function called setup UI. And we're going to put this stuff into it. And we're going to need the text input. What I'm doing, the cast is happening via interface. Let me show you. It's kind of a way to get around having to do an expensive cast all the time. I've given interfaces, so if we go into my lobby, this player controller has an interface which returns of the type, specifically my custom lobby player controller. And then under interfaces, when I added it here, it returns self. So, for example, right here, this is an interface call that returns the specific child type of player controller that I'm wanting. It's the same, but rather than doing a cast to BP player controller everywhere, I'm just doing an interface call and receiving the type that I want every time. I don't know what the pros and cons, if that's like something that maybe I shouldn't be doing, but the dev addict guy on YouTube was doing that, and I hadn't done it before, and it sounded interesting. So I figured I'd start doing that with an interface, because I can always go in here and give it more, now that it has an interface. I don't know. I might go back and fix that. So where were we? We were doing the setup UI. Okay. So the server name text comes in. Probably use more player controllers. You're talking about the here? The issue is right here. It stops. So the host has a lobby menu, and then it returns. I have two player controllers because I'm only doing 2, and I connect in, and so the host goes through properly. But then when it hits the next one, which is the client who connected, and it gets to here, it doesn't continue, which tells me that the lobby menu is not valid. Which I believe is because it was speeding through. These are events, and as far as I know, events just fire off and they don't wait for one to finish. So I think it was proceeding and trying to do this before it had completed this. So that's why I'm going to put it into a function, which I believe this has to complete if I understand the difference between event and function correctly. We'll find out. This is where, for some reason, the client did not have a lobby menu set. And if we have our breakpoint still there, we host a game, hit accept, it fires off on the host. We just have a host, one player controller, goes through. We'll go ahead and resume because we know it works. There's our one. And if we join with our another client, yeah, it's a reference to self. It's blue, not purple, so it's not a class. Well, yeah, it should. So the this is a reference to self. So reference to self is the return on that interface. So we have two unique player controllers right here, both of the type BP lobby. They're stored, and it's getting what are we on now? C0. C0 is our host. So that all works. So if we resume, oh, I shouldn't have resumed. Let me do it again. Let me hit ready. So we come in. I'm gonna put a break here and then resume, and we come back. So now we're on. We look. See how it says C1? So we're getting a specific. We're spitting out the specific lobby player controller of the second of array index 1, our second thing in the index. So it comes out. So, and again, lobby menu is not valid. So I'm going to check here. Why is this not getting set? Does this need to be replicated? A reference to a UI? Can that be? I don't have it replicated in the other one, but we're trying to access it from the server. Trying to get it out. The server only knows... The server only knows the player controller on the server side. I bet this needs to be replicated. Right here. We're here, resume, because we know it works. Find a game, LAN. Widgets are local, but the reference the reference to it, I just kind of want to see. So we're on our host, it works, resume. Now we're on our client. It didn't. Okay. So that didn't work. So let's do that. Let's just go here. Start it again. This is host, I believe. We're on the player controller. We set. So we've got a lobby menu. Good. Resume. So you're right. Widgets are local. So maybe the reference itself can't be replicated either. Okay, so now here's the client coming in. it's setting a reference. So if we go over here and we go to, what do? We set it up as server, so client 0, our player controller. Oh, it's not instance editable, so we won't be able to see it. I don't think the start does anything just yet. Update lobby data being called. Initial setup right here, and then we wait a second, and then we update. So the order, initial setup, set up the lobby menu, we go in. This is all client side. We set up the UI. And then we come back out. We delay a second, and then we do update all connected player lobby widgets on the server. I think it's because this issue. We, as the server, can't get... So if we look here, here's the other thing that I was working on, and this is the difference. We need to call things... I make this mistake a lot because I'm new to multiplayer. From the server, you gotta go through the player controller. If you're on the client, you gotta go through the player controller to get to the server. And sometimes I keep trying to, like... So I'm on the game mode right now. This is only on the server. We only have access to the server-side player controller. The server-side player controller is never going to do this because if we look, set up the UI only runs on a client because the server cannot create UI. So that's what's happening. We need to stay in our worlds. And I'm trying to jump worlds. Okay. So, this update player count, we cannot directly call off the lobby. So let's get rid of getting that. And we need to go to our player controller. And we need to make a client-side update player count, which then gets our lobby menu. So we're going to custom event, update lobby player count client. What are we taking? We need an integer. This runs on client. And this is where we will do this. Dang it. Gets client's lobby widget and pushes new player count. Okay. So this is where update lobby player count. Hold up. We're adding the player's info to that. And the player count comes from our variable. Okay, that should fix that issue at least. That's the first one. We have a couple of issues. We're in, find a game, LAN. So hopefully at least the number updating is fixed. Haha! There we go. Alright, there's one thing fixed. There's a 2. There's a 2. Ready still doesn't work. Let's investigate that next, shall we? Okay. We've learned something. If you're on the server, you can only get things on the server. If you're on the client, you need to go through a net-owning thing, usually a player controller. Player controller exists client-side, server-side. That replicated means a variable on the client and the server will be matching, I think. You can't go from game mode through the server player controller to the and expect to get a user interface. You need to go from game mode to the server player controller, call a client event to go to the client side to get the user interface, because it only exists down there. I'm starting to get the hang of knowing this. I hate feeling like what bugs me about this is I feel like I have duplicate functions everywhere. Like, this is just kind of irks my OCD of having these excess amounts of calls. I don't like having to go through all these portals to get to something. So what in my mind seems so simple, it just bugs me. That's why I'm trying to be extremely verbose in the naming of my functions. Update ready state for connected player. Add connected player to player list. Because of how many duplicate events I'm going to have to create in order to handle the passage of data between server and client. So, let's get to our ready state. Or let's figure out why we're not adding, why this isn't working. So, on the menu, real quick, when we're on the main menu, this, our player controllers have player info, but we're never setting player name. So, just as a debug, I want to offer a player name, so text box. This is just debug right here. And this is going to be player name entry. Give it a Roboto font of 24. Enter name. Okay, so, and then we'll just anchor it there. This enter name. Organize real fast. Okay, on enter name, on text committed, commit method, on enter, get owning player. I believe are we using a lobby player controller on the menu? We're doing a menu player controller. Let's not do this here then. Go away. Alright, so lobby menu. Let's do a text box. Do a text box in... Wait, what am I doing? This. I'm gonna just move it up to the top here for now. do a 24 font, enter name, and then that. This is the their name. Right? I don't like all these duplicate function names. It's painful. Okay, so the player name entry, this is just for debug, on text committed. Commit method is enter. We want to, this I believe is our owner. Go to construct, yep. Okay, so our owner, we're going to player info. We're going to set member, and we want to set the name. Do that. Which we don't need to be doing that. We can just do that. This isn't working for some reason. We'll figure out. So once we update the name, we need to update server data. Sets player name. Calls update to server. So this might need to be if owning client. I wonder if this isn't being called because, again, we're on a client side and we need to go through the client first. Let's find out. I don't think this got called. It worked, however. But I don't think it'll, I don't think it's gonna get called across. We do see host, so we know that that's getting... Oh, and a second one got called here. We are now seeing two. This checkbox is not replicating, however. Is not mirrored. Client. Step into it. It didn't get called. Okay. So let's fix this also. We cannot call... Right, we're getting closer, and we're starting to understand why things aren't working. I think that once again, we're making the mistake of making a server call here. This needs to be... We need to call this from the client. This needs to be upgraded, basically. So we need the lower level custom send... let's see. Update server data client runs on the client, and this calls the update server data server. See, this just feels so silly. But I guess we have to do that, right? Let's find out. So when we're back over here, we're going to call, let's see, we're going to do the update client. We can make something like this private, right? No, you can only do that with a function, right? See, that would help me if I could at least, like, make some of those things private, so that feel less bloated when I'm trying to find them here. So we need this here as well, and this might fix our issue. Alright, cool. We're in. An update was not called, so we're not matching quite yet, but I bet if as soon as I do that, we got it, and it called the update, and it did that, so we just need to call update a little bit more often. Client. Didn't work. Okay. Let's find out why. You're the client, so if I do client, enter, text is coming in. We're setting members and player info in the player controller, right? Yep, it's set. That's getting called. It stopped. It stopped here. It didn't call this. Okay. Maybe we don't replicate this event. We join late, we get that, so that's cool. He exists, so we're just, our array is not being set up properly until we do that. So if we do client here, it's still not working. Okay. This is not getting called. Not getting called. Okay. We're on the player controller. Why can't we get to our server side? You see in lobby menu. In this one, it's totally legal to call update on the server from here. So this this shouldn't matter. We should still be able to do this. I'm thinking I'm wondering if the issue is this reference. So I'm going to do get owning player, get lobby player controller reference, and then we'll do that. Similarly, we'll do it here as well. Just kind of curious what happens if we just get the owner again rather than rely on a saved variable. So we're the host. Find a game. Join. We're in. We're not calling it. Yes, we are. We're calling it. Okay. Okay. Cool, we got host. We're updating the player count. So what's happening here? Player name's not getting set. It is updating, but our variable is not getting set. That's the issue. Okay. Cool. We know where the problem is. So, this is replicated. Why? But we're here. We're setting it. This is by reference, so it should be setting it. Right? And this is replicated. Maybe it needs to be instance editable. Hold on. No, I don't have it instance editable over here. I wonder if once again... I have a feeling setting the owner as a variable just doesn't work. Yep, okay, so it's... So lobby side, or server side, on our game mode. I'm going to make this instance editable so I can see it. I wonder if the data in the connected players array is not so if we come over here, go to client 0 and the player controller, it's set. And if we go to server, host, yeah, okay, so that didn't get replicated. Okay. So it's not replicating, even though it is. It's replicated over the network. I think so. I don't know how Twitch chat works. I don't know if you can do messages or something. Nice. Okay. What I'm gonna do is actually try this. And that's why our host is getting ready, because we're calling this. This shouldn't flip-flop this. This needs to cool. And we'll send that in. So we're going to do that. Just pass it straight on to the server, because apparently it's not replicating. I thought this would be equivalent, but maybe it's not. And then the ready, our lobby menu is, let's go ahead and give it a variable. That will pass each time. And when we hit ready, we do that. Just want to prove, let's see. let's separate these out. This is update server side player info. And we're going to do another custom event, update server side ready status. This accepts a bool. And then they both lead the same thing. There. That's better. So this we want to call update server-side ready status. And then down here, we aren't doing that. And we're going to test this. Cool. I'll follow you back. Have a good night, man. I'll be here all day. Day my time. Okay. Aha! There we go. We are passing info back and forth. If I hit ready, that didn't work, but I think I know why. Cool, so I know now that that works at least. So I don't need to... I can use my reference. That was driving me crazy why that reference didn't seem like it was working. So we're sending a ready. When we hit it, we're flipping our ready. We're sending it in. The ready's coming in and it's setting it. And we're going here. Okay. Let's go ahead and add. I didn't want to do this, but we're going to go ahead and add ready into our structure, I think. Okay, so another bool. Let's go ahead and save everything in case it all gets mad when I do this compile. Alright, that's built. I think we're good over here. So we're not going to do this anymore, because it's part of our player info now. Get rid of that. We're going to get rid of this entire whole function. Down here. Oh, yep, hot reload. Okay, so let's go ahead and save and close. I will restart the project, and I'm going to grab some more coffee real fast. I'll be back in just a few seconds. Okay, I'm all reloaded on coffee. We should be all back. Good. Like we're gonna have to fix something here. Oof. Okay. Active players info. Gotta remake some of this stuff, huh? Okay, so over here we need to add in let's just add it in the player controller itself. So we can get rid of this. This is actually, we're going to make this our FBG player info. Player info. Ah. This is not coming off of our BG player controller here. So this is gameplay controller. I see. Okay. Okay. We need to do a little bit of organization. So I started making a bunch of blueprints. And I now have a separation between gameplay and lobby. I also have menu. So I'm going to make some classes, some children, so that we have some separation. So I'm going to have the gameplay. So this is our game player controller. So we're gonna have a lobby and a game player controller, but they're both gonna inherit from our BG player controller class. So that because our player info is going to be is gonna move over. It'll be up in the game instance. But this way, yeah, these guys inherit from this one. So this stuff so in our game player controller, protected. We're going to move this, because the lobby doesn't need this. It's gameplay specific. Same with this function. I think you can move it. Alright. This will go into public over here. We're going to move our rotate, all this, put it over here. This needs to change in our scope. And our setup, this input also now needs to move. Okay. This now needs to... Alright, we're gonna save everything and then close. It crashed anyway. We're gonna compile. Get a couple of headers. This needs to come over to here. Whoops. Okay. Need to fill out my copyright. Now let's do a little repair work since we've done that. So in our blueprints, our gameplay player controller needs to inherit from our BG game player controller. Looks like it's happy. We're okay. Our lobby player controller, don't remove anything, already made that mistake, is going to be our BG lobby player controller. Which now has our player info. We fix that. Yikes. Structures, when you start messing with them, get really upset and mad. And we've just reparented and done a whole nasty mess of moving stuff around, so this might be painful. But we'll get there. This needs to be a BG player info type. Refresh. 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 Let's just do a reach. Fresh one here. Okay, that's happy. Close it. What we were doing anyway. Let's fix this. Going to break and set. We're only setting the ready here. We're inverting that. That's all we need. I'm passing it. So alright, so there's that. Let's go ahead and clear that, because that crashed us. We're going to... What are we doing here? This is the name, so we're getting our player info. We're setting members in it. What we're setting is the name from here. And then we're passing that structure to the server to be updated. Looks like that is good on that end. Let's go ahead and just, everything's saved. Let's just make sure everything's copacetic throughout. Selected token exists. We'll be, passing this data over once we get to the point of migrating from, what do you call it? Migrating from lobby to game. Just gonna do a quick, this is bugging me when I make new files. All rights reserved. Stuff in here. Okay. While I'm at it, do that. That. Just start fixing this as we go along. Makes it look nicer, more professional, right? Get that little symbol that everybody likes to see. Toss it here. Whoops. Okay. And we'll get around to the others eventually. So, let's, oh, yep. Let's keep working on fixing. Delete. Oh yeah, that's right, we got rid of this. Okay, so when we're in here, we need our connected players info. We need to get player info here that we have fixed. We're adding it. We gotta do some work in here. Going through all of our player info, breaking it, checking the color, which we haven't worked with yet. We're good there. This needs to be clearing that. So close that. Okay, so these have issues. I'm going to do one big save and we'll restart. And I'm going to do a compile. Succeeded. Going back. Fatal. Oh, I know. I don't want this source in my repo. Alright. Are we okay now? Yes. Go ahead and remove that. And go ahead and remove that. Okay. We're happy, it looks like. So, when we're coming through here, we don't want to be calling the lobby menu because we can't. We're adding connected player to the player list. Client side. And the ready status is in here now, so that should come in every time we call this switch. We'll get back to our UI. Update server-side player info, which is being called from both of these now. So the ready as well as the name, these both will call this. Which, there you go. This we might need to go into our C++ now to make this replicated, since we switched it. It's no longer replicated. So, right, wrong map. Our main menu, host, test. It's our host. Found a session, join. We're still living. You received it, cool. And that went back that way, cool. If I hit ready. Not working, but let's check and make sure our connected player, let's take a look at this. Okay, we've bound it to the ready state, and the ready state, set ready state is a custom event. Are we calling this? I don't think we are. So add connected player in here to the player list. We come in, clear the player list, add a player to the player list, player controller, connected player, add it to the, so we also need to and set the ready state. Let's do that first for this stuff. And the ready state comes from player info, which is being passed into the connected player widget. So we don't need to... There you go. Ready state comes in from on our construct. We don't need to call that anymore. We get rid of that. Okay. Every time that we make the connected player thing, which is as I think we make a new one every time we update. We just throw away the old one. There's our host. Host. We're in. We're the client. We hit ready, and it checked. It checked on both. It's tiny, but it works. Why don't we make it so let's work on colors. Let's get colors going, because there's a big giant blank box right here. But pretty awesome. Things are starting to work. I'm gonna go ahead and commit because things are working. Lobby data is replicating properly and updating for connected clients. Created child classes off BG player controller for gameplay and lobby specific functionality variables. Specifics. Okay. Push. Push, push. Shove, shove. Okay. Let's get color selection working. This is going to require a new interface. This is for our color select window. No canvas, because this is going to pop up just on the screen. Toss in a border. Color, go with black. You know what? I want to wrap this also with a background blur. Always looks nice. And the border, we'll go with the black again at 0.5. We now want title, text. Alright, wrap that with a vertical box, actually. So the text is our title, centered, and this says select color. We'll give it a nice 48. And then we want a uniform grid panel. There we go, a happy little uniform grid panel right beneath the vertical box. And in that, we need buttons. We're going with 8 buttons. To the left. This one's going to be in column 3. This one is in column 4. This one's in row 1. This one's in row 1, column 1. Oops. 1, 2, 3. What did I do? Did I skip? I did. 2, 3. Okay. And need to set up our slot padding to 10. I want fill. And the buttons themselves also all need to do that and that. Alright. These are our color buttons. Let's get them colored. I'm going to copy from my other one. Got the red. Red button. The next one is a blue button. This is probably not colorblind friendly. When we go into like a polished stage, we'll rethink this. We'll do maybe characters instead. You know, avatars. Yellow button. Next, we'll do a green button. Purple button. Orange button. Let's go with black, because it's Black History Month, you know, but that's not going to show up very well on the background, so you know what? We're going to mocha it up a little bit, you know. There we go. That's better. I like mocha. We're going to call it the mocha button. And the last one we'll go with, is that cyan, I think? I'm going to call it the cyan button. No. We're going to do pink. The pink button. There we go. That looks good to me. I like that. Alright. Let's make our color select window focusable. And I'm going to copy from my other project just for speed and paste. It's just a horizontal box with a back button. Our back button, I'm going to go for that orangish color that I like. I'm going to give it an outline. And I like wrapping these with size boxes too. So I'm going to do that quick. 75 and 75, no, 150. And we'll stick it over there. Okay, so there's our select color widget. We need to do some stuff on the construct. I'm going to put all of these into their own widgets category. And I'm going to try and cannot reorder. Okay. Fine. We need to get the game instance and the reference, the game instance reference. We're going to save this as a variable. This is our game instance. Put that into a references category. We're going to need to make an array of our buttons. So, and I want to do them in order, starting with the back button. make array 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is going to be promoted. So this is our button array. These are our color buttons. We'll put this into config. We're going to make an array of all our buttons, because a goal that we need to focus on now, that we're working on, is our buttons cannot be available or clicked on if somebody's already taken a color. One color each, please, is what we're going to do. So, the order that we have is the red button, the blue button, the yellow button. Let's see how my memory is. Red, blue, yellow, green. We went down a row to purple and orange, and then our mocha and pink. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay. So there's that array. We now need an array of their colors. So from the red button, we need to get the background color. We're going to make an array. But the first one is no color at all. We're going to promote this to a variable. So like the ready, we cannot start the game if people have not picked out picked a color yet. So we're going to be checking for the alpha. Is the alpha 0? Or is it 1? These are linear color structures. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Background color. We're just going to quickly just duplicate these. Pass over here. More. And connect. Okay. So we've got our data arrays set up. We've got our buttons as well as our colors. And the way we do this is we need to have an on-click for all of these. So red on-clicked, blue on-clicked, yellow on-clicked, green on-clicked, purple on-clicked, orange on-clicked, mocha on-clicked, pink on-clicked. There's our clicks. We now need an integer called our color select ID. This is going to get set starting with 1 because the back button is 0. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Two, 3, 4. Let me do this. 5. 6. 7. And last but not least, for that final happy little integer, 8. Ah, it's a good thing. Okay. All of these will now go to a get owning player, get lobby player controller. Ooh, do we still have our interface attached? We do. Cool. Bunch of spaghetti coming out to here. Where we will our game instance looks like our game instance is storing our color. So if we go to here, the interface, we're gonna do a store selected color. We don't need to do that there. We're gonna make a save thing and just save our player info, and that stores the color. So we don't need to be making all of these extra things. So we do need to have a player controller function where we assign the selected color. So it's time to make some more server-side functions. We're going to go to our player controller in the lobby. These are on client side. This is server. Right? Yep. Okay. We have to make some variables, and this feels messy to me. You gotta have, so we're doing it based on integers. Our arrays need to match. So, custom event, assign selected color. Server. The integers coming in are selected color, and we're receiving a linear. So that the color, which is linear color struct. Promote that to a variable. But not before we get this. Promote this to a different variable. This is our previous color. I want to be selected color ID. Previous color ID. So we store the previous color ID, which is 0, which, if we remember from our array, is no color at all, an alpha of 0. And then we are also going to promote the color itself to a variable. Put these in config. I'm going to replicate these. We're not using that anymore. You know what? Till something's not working, I don't want to replicate those. We're going to try without that. We're going to get the game mode now. Get the lobby game mode reference. Our game mode needs to have a... Why are we doing that? I'm not sure. I'm getting a phone call from, I believe, the Humane Society for my cat, so I need to take this. 1 second. Okay. Got a cat that needs to get in to see the vet, so I had to take that. Alright, I'm looking at this other project and seeing what feels like unnecessary data duplication across. I feel like we can get our player info, set in here our color, that, and call an update. I see. Okay. So what we have to do, the reason why the game mode was getting involved was finding out if this color is available. Just looking real quick. I'm thinking, hold on. We're not going to do this yet. In our color selection, I don't believe we need to pass this. Okay, this color array right here that we're making dynamically. Assign a selected color. Calls on server. Selected color ID is the previous and selected. This is where we need to get a color from the game mode. So, game mode function, get color. This is alright, we'll make a colors array. And I'm gonna change these to what I liked better. My mocha and my pink. We also have an array of booleans that tell us what is available. So our available colors is a boolean array. This is going to receive our two integers of selected color ID, previous color ID. This available colors needs to have 9, right? Yeah, to match 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. To match the 9 options in there of remembering we have a no color option. So this, so we're going to get, let's do reference. The selected color ID right here comes in. Get passed by reference, why not? We're going to branch on it. Is it available? We're going to be checking the boxes if it's taken. Right? So let's add a little comment. Color availability. So, true equals unavailable. So if it is available, which is going to be the false, we're going to set an array of element. At the selected color index. We're going to check it because we're taking it. We will then set an array element at our previous index to available. Clean. We need to then set color check color availability. Check color availability, and this is going to we're going to return a bool available. And if it wasn't available, we didn't. Okay. So we are calling this from the player controller here. So we're going to get game mode. Get game mode reference. Our lobby. Get lobby game mode reference. We need to rename the other one to our gameplay game mode. We are going to check color availability on the game mode and pass in the selected color and our previous color ID. And based on availability, we will then get our player info. Set the color to the color coming in, and then we will call update server side player info with that new struct, that updated structure. I think that will do it with minimal minimal duplicating of stuff. So this, let's comment this. Updates player checks availability of color, and if available, assigns color player and updates further. I'm going to put that here. This is the main server update. Okay, we need to now we need to be able to pull up the color select window. So we also need to have, so after we've clicked it, we're not done yet. Okay, so here we need to assign a selected color on the server from our player controller. Our color select goes in, and we're getting reference of the color out and sending it. I don't know how reference stuff works with moving between client and server, so we'll see what happens there. And then we need to set visibility of the color menu ourselves to hidden, and the back button will also do such. So that also goes here. This color select window, I think, is going to be added, yes, to the lobby. So we go to our lobby, and we're going to add our color select window to the canvas panel, which will be size to content. We're going to stretch it, and we can offset if we want. So we'll offset off the left 100, and we'll offset off the top 30 again. So there we go. And this is our color select window. By default, it is hidden. And this button, our select color, this is under widgets. So when we click select color, we just need to, I think, yeah, color select window, is it visible? If not, we will set the visibility to visible. And do we have, yeah, we have that. So set user focus to that window. That's why we made it focusable. Open this color select window. So that should work now. Let's find out. We're the host. We're the client. There's our color select. I'm blue. Hey, look at that. I'm green. Okay. Well, we can't select green because the host has already selected green. Okay, so let's fix why we're losing our color. I have an idea. It might be because of perhaps player info needs to be replicated. So when we do this, player info is coming in. Let's replicate player info. And in order to do that, we have to do replicates as true on the player controller. This now needs to get right lifetime replicated props. Implement super get lifetime replicated props, and do rep lifetime macro of ABG player controller, comma, player info. Replicated. That should do it. Parent player controller class BattleGrids. Should have saved everything over here. Succeeded. I'm going to close just in case, because we just modified a structure. We're going to open up again. And we're going to take a break soon here because I need to eat lunch. Go ahead and open all that back up. I am the host. I am the walrus. I am red. I'm yellow. I'm ready. Hey, it stayed. We fixed it. All right. Player info now replicates successfully back and forth server and client. We have the selection of colors, and I believe we cannot pick yellow because it's not available. Blue. And if we go and we can... Oh. Okay. We're not fully there. However, if you notice, we can't get back to yellow. So I think we just have an issue of the bools not freeing after selecting. Let me just double check that function. What if we do turn off pass by reference here? Convert that to copy. Let's convert. No, that should be fine. Let's make these replicated on player controller. Walrus. Eggman. Red. I'm blue. Can't pick blue. Can't pick red. I pick yellow. Pick red. Pick blue. Pick yellow. Can't pick red. Okay. So yeah, having those replicated also worked. Alright. That was easy enough, and our ready still works. Cool. Let's change this up so that it changes based on if now we're ready, I want it to flip to, say, unready. And then, what else should we work on here? To circle all the way back around, we want to allow the host, under settings, maybe a pop-up to enable Game Master permissions for certain players, so that when we go into our game mode, we no longer have the ability, if we're a player, to move around wall pieces, for example, or environment pieces. We will only be able to move a token that has been assigned to us as our character. So that's the goal that launched us on this whole lobby pursuit. If we leave, we need to do an update here. Yep. Okay. So event it works. We just need to force an update. So we'll work on that when we get back. And commit. Color selection added to lobby. Pushed. Okay. I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes, something like that, and we'll keep going ahead until probably about 4:30 or so, I'm thinking. Okay. Welcome back. Let's keep going, shall we? Let me think. What were we going to do? We might want to introduce our save at this point. So, the game instance is where we're going to have that. Right here. And let's see. Okay, so we'll call these things from the interface. So here's our game, our game instance, which is built on BG game instance. And while we're at it, let's keep things with a C++ class behind it. That's what we want. We want a save game. We'll call this BG save game. Okay. Here's our save. What do we need in a save? Just the player info, really, is I think all we're going to need. So, protected view property of blueprint. Excuse me. Edit anywhere. Blueprint read write. Category. BG save game. Config. And we'll call this is of type FBG player info, and we'll call it the player info. I think that's all we need. How about a public a U function, which is going to be blueprint callable. This is under save data, and this will void incoming. Call this save player info. This will receive the some FBG player info. Const reference. Yeah. New player info. And this will just take, so this will just set our player info into as the new player info. Let's make a blueprint off of our save game. Our game instance is going to need a save game reference. Interesting. Crashes. It wouldn't be Unreal Engine if there weren't crashes, right? Come back. Live! Why don't we do this in C++ as well? Let's just close all tabs. Just close all tabs. Get me my game instance. In the game instance, I would like to have read write a is that what it's called? Is it a U? Yep. Oh, so can you not do that? Why can't I do that? I'm forward declaring it. Is it because it's a U? It's a U class. Oh, save game. Is that why? There we go. There we go. Now we have it. We want to check our interface. We need to add some interface calls in here to sit a save game check. Check for save game. I think that's it. So our check for save game where is it? Maybe we're not doing that here, so I'll get rid of that. Never mind. In the game instance, there it is. This is what we needed. We need save player info, which receives player info. Ugh, nose is acting up. And load player info. Put these in categories. Save. Save. We need a load player info, which outputs player info. Our game instance in our interface under game save. I don't like that. I'm going to call it game data. We will do this in the about the event graph. Event save player info. We're going to get our save game. It's a validated get. Do we have one? If we don't, we're going to create a save game object of our BP save game. Set our save game. We can. Cool. Because a BP save game is a BG save game. That should be fine. And we're going to call we're going to call ourselves again. Oops, save player info. What is going on here? That's strange. Tell me. This is totally calling itself, is it not? But it's taking a save game object. Huh. That's confusing. Alright, so we're making a save game object. And once we've made it, we're going to Save the player info into it. And then we need to actually save it to slot. And the slot name is going to be is a default string, so default save slot name. So that it's just always there, which will be just called player save. We're not going to worry about indices. Just one save. Okay, so there's our save player info to the game instance. Over in player controller, every time that we are doing, I'm thinking this, we should update the save. Don't you think? I think so. Do we already have a reference? Don't. Game instance reference. And I'm going to save player info. Pass it in. Okay. So on game instance, we have our load player info now. And load player info just does load game from slot by the default save slot name. The return value we want to cast to the BG save game. Or, no. We're going to cast it down to a BP save game. We're going to get the player info, and we'll spit it out. And we'll do a string. Just in case something goes wrong. Okay, so we've got our load player info and our save player info here. think lobby player controller. So our initial setup right here. Before we set up the lobby widget, we want to load our info. So get game instance, get game instance reference. Load player info. We're going to set player info, and then we'll go into that. So let's see if it saves properly. So if we host a game, test 2, failed to cast because it was invalid. So we're gonna go check here. Return value. Is it valid? If it is valid, we do that. Let's have another return on our load. Be success. So that we know that we got a load. So this is gonna, if it's not, it'll return without a success. And then over here, we're gonna do our, do that. Not, we just continue. So I'm the host. AZ positive. We're doing quite well, actually. Things are moving between between projects, so check it out. But here, I'm client over here now, and see, updated. And I've got the color select going, so if I'm green, green. I can't select green because green's already been selected. I'm going to, I need to make it so that this is grayed out. But so we're there, we've got orange, green, and we've set our names. And now, if our save game, if our early save game stuff is working, if I launch again and I host a game, it saved it and it loaded our last data. This might be duplicate because if it's probably grabbing the same. Yeah, this doesn't actually exist because we're not our own folders of executables. So okay, let me try it again. Just want to test changing it. So if I change my name now to Walrus, I select red, leave, and I quit, I should be Walrus and red. Yep. Cool. So that's working. So we've got a save game that is going. So we're okay. Let's fix this where it will gray out a color selection that's not available. Excuse me. How did I do that? In lobby. Update colors available. Here we go. Aha. Okay, so we go to our lobby menu. We need a new custom event here. Update available colors. This receives an array of booleans. We get our color select window, get our color buttons. Each we get, let's just do copy. We invert it. We set is enabled on the button. Grays out color buttons if they're unavailable. And this is called from, I think, game mode. Yes. Right here. After we add players to the info list, we will also be, we need to make a call to the, we're going to add another, so show loading screen. This is add that, update lobby player count, so custom event, update lobby color select window. Update available colors. Just call it that. Client. This also receives our Boolean array. I'm going to pass by reference on these because we're just moving it. We're moving it from our, getting it from here. So in our here, I want to pass by reference as well. So we're just passing it downwards and through the same data. This is client. This gets our, I think, our lobby menu and calls update available colors and passes the Boolean in. Because we're already red, I need to look into defaults. Let's see if this works, though. We can't select red, but we can select blue. It's not calling it. Let's investigate. Let's turn off pass by reference. We're not even calling it. Hold on. Okay, let's test that again and actually call the function. Yep, okay, it's working. We just need to call the update. Yep, cool. Nice. All right. So we just need to when we load player info, let's get this into its own event. Because I want to get let's set the color so you don't get to keep your color between sessions. So this is not a network thing that needs to, so we can move this over to here. Okay, and then over here, load player info. Ooh. Walrus, yellow, and if I close and I do this again, I walrus but with no color. Perfect, that's what I want. And here I am Paul. Select red, select green. Ready up works. The checkbox goes with both. Yes. Cool. I don't think let's see, the checkbox is kind of small, so let's improve that real fast. I think this horizontal box should be wrapped with a border. This border color should be of a how about just a like a grayish blue, something like that. And we'll give it a padding of 5 for the content inside. Oh. And the color, we're going to make a binding. going to be get background border color. And this color is going to be based upon the ready state. If we are not ready, I'm gonna paste. How do I paste in here? Can I not? Make a linear color. It's linear. And if we are ready, we'll go to a green. See how that looks. There we go. So the host is always ready, though I want to set this so he's not ready if he hasn't selected a color yet himself. Here we are, we're not ready. Walrus isn't ready. Now he is. So updating there, we need to fix that. So, what's happening there? Oh, I bet I know what's happening. Our save games are getting crossed, getting combined, because we are, we're the same. We do 2 standalone games, and does the save game... Do we get 2 different directories? Let's find out. Host a game. I am Walrus. I'll be red. Find a game. No, I think it's sharing a save game, but we know that this is working. Couple things I want to change. I want this to have an outline. I would like the color to have its own border. Black, just to outline it as well. And the checkbox. Wrap that with a size box, and the size. I think I already tested this. It didn't actually... Yeah, it didn't make the checkbox bigger. Just have to replace it with a bigger image. This border I'm also going to wrap with another border, and this one will be black. Adding. Should look nicer. Hello, Paul. Here I am. Select yellow. Find a game. I am Walrus, and I am green, and I am ready. I bet if I go Paul, or go red, Eric. Cisco. The colors are working. Okay, so if we go, let's see. I want the host. We need to now map the start ability, so we shouldn't be able to start. This is a good sign. We did transfer over into the into the game, and it's working. We just need to be able to get rid of the loading screen next. I want to fix the host. So the host's ready state is right here. Okay, so and they need to be ready. For all connected players need to have and not ready. So if they haven't picked a color and they're not ready yet, both of those things need to be so that we can start the game. So this is on the game mode. Can start game. Where are we updating that here? Oh yeah. Where's our logout? That's begin play. This is the event graph, network graph. Log in, log out. We need to call that. There we go. This removes connected player information from the array. And we need to call the freeing up of color also now, while we're at it. So before we remove them, need to get their lobby controller reference. We need to get the selected color, get available colors, set an array element, set our selected color to available. We then remove the index from there, and we also, our connected player info, remove index from there. And then once we've removed them like that, let's make this cleaner. We update. So that should handle, removes connected player information from data arrays and frees up their color for selection, and updates all connected players. Host's readiness. And this Start Ready button has a binding. That's what we need to do. Lobby. This button It's enabled means a binding. Get ready start button is enabled. Enabled state. First of all, is server. If we are the server, we have access to the game mode. Because the client doesn't have this, just the server, which would be the host, I believe. We get our can start game boolean, and our start ready button set is enabled to that. Wait, we don't need that. Just do this. If we are not the server, we're going to get owning player, which is right here already. We're going to get player info, and we're going to break it, and we're going to check again. We're going to break the linear color. This is not equal to 0, and this, and we're ready. We can't ready up if we haven't picked a color. So our ready button from the client's perspective it's going to change. So if we do not have a color, then we don't So if we don't have a color, we don't enable the ready button. Or and if we are ready, that means we already have a color selected, so exclusive or? It's one or the other, right? Sometimes I just have to check on logic stuff to see if they behave the way that I think they're going to behave. Cool. Our start button is not available. It now is. So we picked a color. And it's disabled because somebody else joined. This is going to be Garrick. He's going to pick a green color. Okay, so the exclusive OR is not what we wanted. However, because we now have colors, the start has popped up. Leave, which freed that up, and the green is available, so we know that's working. Okay, so that's not what we want. If we don't have a color, it's oh, hold up. We forgot something, so we don't even know if that worked yet. So, exclusive OR, let's try this again. Otherwise, turn true. Luckily, the game side of it is actually, since I'm making a software tool, it's not as intricate. I have another game that's going to require actual turn-based rules, so that one will be a little bit crazier. Okay, can't start yet. He could ready up. So the XOR is not, the exclusive OR is not what we want. We need that. Okay, let's fix that. The ready button is only available to click if we have a color. Cool. And that should do it. I got angry cats behind me. Test. Cisco's in. Green. He could start. Now he can't start because somebody else joined. And who joined? Garca. Garrick. Why can I... I'm getting a black here. So... Oh, that's what's behind. That's the color behind. It's probably picking up the green from the save file again. I'd pick a red. Do I have my logic backwards? Sometimes I do that. I do. Garrick's hosting this time. Worf's joining in. He's ready. Garrick's got to pick a color, though. Now he can do it. Alright. If I disable the ready, this should change. So let's investigate that, shall we? Okay. We can only start the game okay. On our connected players info, we get player color, and the alpha is 0. And we're not ready. Start game is false. I think what's screwing this up is the save and the load, so I'm going to disable that for the moment. Let's not load any player info so that we're just on our side. Let's not save any player info either. Where's our main big old update? There we go. We're going to skip this for now. Test this again. Cisco. Nice. And Quark. Cisco's gonna be red. We still can't start yet. We can't hit ready because we don't have a color. Quark's got a color. We're able to start. Why? I hit ready and that pops. Thanks. They're just debug colors for now, some prototyping. We'll have a more laid out interface at some point, but for now it works. Okay, so why, if we're not ready, are we able to start? Are we updating? We're getting our player info. We're clearing it before we go into this. So when we hit the ready button, we're grabbing our player info, our ready, we're inverting it, and we're sending the struct out to server side, setting player info, and then we're coming down here. So, hold on. Let's go ahead and launch it. Actually, stop. It needs to be in editor windows. There's a game on Deep Space Nine. Quark is hosting. And lo and behold, Odo walks in. Odo would have been brown. Odo wants the brown color, so he forces Quark to change colors, so Odo takes brown. We're still able to start. So if I leave, find game, I'm going to rejoin. It should reset my color. Or does it? It does. Okay. So Odo's back. I'm going to set a stop right here. Odo selects brown. We're down here. I wonder... It's supposed to hold player info, but it's currently only holding those two. I'm not sure. Step across. That is one. Okay. We're ready. Wasn't ready, so it... Wait. I'm flipping it. This is... Okay. Nodding it is inverting it. So what I want is, I want... That's what I'm looking for. Which is the same as NAND, I think. Neither A nor B. Oh, logic. Gates. I don't feel like making a graph right now. Quark is red. Nope, that's the wrong one. Well, actually, it's probably because I can't... Okay, so... The connected player... checkbox. We're going to bind this to get checkbox visibility. If we are the server, actually I don't need to do that. I just need a select node here. If we are the server, we just hide it because we don't need that. And then also, when we there we go, initial setup. If we are we're the host, I think this So we're hiding the checkbox anyway, but if we are the server, we're ready. When we construct, we're not even using that anymore, are we? Let's go ahead and get player info. Set member. We're going to set our ready to ready here. That worked, or if we need to call it now. Perfect. It worked. Whoop. I think because it didn't get... Let's not do that. Instead... Instead, we're going to here okay. We're going to go through, we're going to check break color. If it's equal to 0, can start game is false. If it's not equal to 0, or ready. And in the lobby menu, we got to make sure that our host also has a color selected. In the ready state, that's on construct. So when we select a color, let's open our color, select window, assign select color. If this comes back true, I want to also check the ready and then update server-side info. Okay. We can't yet, but if we choose brown, now we can. Probably also check for a empty name next. We join, it stopped. We can't ready up because we haven't selected a color. Now I can ready up, but we can also start. It automatically, okay. Cool, we're automatically readied up. It hides the checkbox on all of them, by the way. Just noticed that. We leave. We left. Quit. Okay, so we're getting there. Okay, this checkbox visibility on server, this is for all of them, right? I think we just get rid of the checkbox, because we're color coding. So, there we go. What if I set it at 1? Is it going to find it? Cool, so that's working. So we're in Quark and Odo. Odo selects brown. Still can't ready start yet. But if Quark selects his red, we could start. But suddenly Odo's like, oh, I'm not ready. This didn't update. This did though. So that's a cool. All right, we're ready again. Odo wanted to change colors, but this didn't. So we need to get his ready status fixed. So that's happening. Add connected player to player list. Add player to player list is receiving player info and constructing. So let's follow the ready button. We flip our ready status. We call update server side info. Put it here, we've passed it through, and we've set it. We now go to update all connected player. Lobby widgets, we come in, all connected players. We clear. Go through our connected players. Get info, add it. Update the count. We should do this down here. We add the player to the player list after we gather the player info. This is where the ready should be. Are we clearing? So we remember to clear. Yes, okay, we're clearing. Player info's coming in. Maybe if I pass by reference these things. Let's just test. It's still not updating. Okay. And that is based upon get background color, ready state. This ready state is just local. Okay. That's the issue. So hi. Hi, Cookie. What's going on? You want to say hi to everybody? Are you hungry? I can get you some food in a sec. Hold on. All right. Come on up here. Say hey to everybody. Yeah. What was that? Oh. Okay. It's hi. Okay, so we get our ready state is based upon either we are ready or we're the server and we have a color. This is the problem. This is checking us. Just gonna do that. So we'll do that, and then that should, the way we have it now, when we pick a color, we auto ready up. Should work for the, do that. Stop. Not with my headphones. So, yeah. We're good there. Photos back. Cool. And there, now we're flipping. Let's go ahead and get the ready button to resemble the opposite of the status. So on our lobby menu, this color we're going to go to this ready. When we click Start Ready button, the Start Ready button set background color. We select. Is going to be based upon our ready status. So we invert. And we're also going to want to change the text. This will also be a select based on this. So if it ready comes in and we invert it, if we were not ready, so it was false, it became true, we're picking A, and we want the color to be that green. Otherwise, go to an orange color. So if again, the not, if we were not ready, it was unchecked, it has now been checked. Checked, it's true. We're flipping to unready because we're offering the opposite option. Okay. Let's file that. See how that works. Dax is hosting a game in her Science Blues. Cisco's joining, and his command red. Whoops. Okay. So, close. I think the problem was it's not innate. Let's turn off that by default. What is it that needs to happen? Is so if we were ready and we're not ready, this is a true-false situation. This is the problem. It's unchecked, it becomes checked. I'm gonna flip these. Okay. There it is, but the, we need to have that, it's only happening when we click it. But if we select update ready button color and text. Eater's clicking back on, so my voice is probably going to start sounding a little weird. What's going on here? Fresh, there we go. Okay. So the ready comes in. If it is not, if it's false, okay, if it's true, pick A. Alright, so if we are ready, pick A. If we are... that is so... that's like a mind bender right there. Update ready button to reflect current status. And then we need to call this when we do the color. So on the color select window, when we assign a selected color on the server, update server side player info, update all of this, do this, we do this, I'm thinking update lobby. We're going to call this update lobby UI, and this is where we will also call update ready button color and text. No, we will not. Need to call this somewhere though. When we maybe right here when we add a player to the player list. No, because that's incoming. That's not. I think actually we can. Update ready. Update lobby. Update lobby UI. Find event to update lobby UI. I see. Okay, stop. Stop, go back. There we go. So, I think that and we want to no, we don't want to do that there because we don't know if the color is available or not. Actually, we can't click a button if it's not available, right? And we've got Odo. Hey. Looks good to me, except for the server side. The server side is getting messed up now. So what's happening here? We call lobby UI, and this shouldn't be called unless... Yeah, this is only called on the server side. So... that's kind of what we need to have happen, but that's not what we want to have happen. Yes, we do, actually. Fix this. Just do this here. Perfect, there we go. What happens if I hit back? Cool. Doesn't do it. Yellow. Okay, so that button we can't have, so this needs to happen here, not on the back button. So... Okay. Think it's working. All right. Oh. Wonder why that happened. Interesting. Okay. Well, I think things are working at the moment, so let's see. Ready, not ready, button and colors. Update status, update. Flip-flop. And what else did we do? Start game button disables when players haven't selected colors or not ready. Okay, I think now we need to work on the migration of players over into the game world. Which we'll do. I think I'm going to take a quick break so I can feed. Yeah, you hungry? Yeah, you're hungry. Isn't that right? Say hello to everybody. Yeah, I'm grumpy. Alright, I'm going to go feed the cat. And I'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Cats are all fed and happy. So, let's get back to what we were doing, which was beginning work, I think, on the migration from the lobby into our game. So if I reference my previous, we want to, where's our launch game? Now, we haven't done any chat stuff yet, so that will come, as well as game settings. Here we go. So our lobby menu, when we hit the Start Ready button, if we're the server, we go into Start Loading. We start loading, we get all connected players, we play their loading screens, and then we launch the game right here. Launch game, gets the game instance reference. We set our max players. Do we need that to be specifically max players? Public public connections is our max players when we create the session. This is for launching the lobby. I want that to actually just be our... That's our... No. We'll leave that as max players, and then I want another variable... Excuse me. Another variable called total player count. And that's an integer. So when we... So our max players, I want to set our total player count to our player count in our lobby. And we need to, this is where our save is going to be used. We aren't saving at the moment, but that's where we would get our data. We execute this console command, and we load the default game map, which is our game map. So let's go ahead and open up our default game map level. Welcome back, bright sunny world, and our gameplay game mode base. Here's our gameplay. We need... That looks like a spam. We need... Sorry about that distraction. On swap player controllers, so this is called during the seamless travel when people are coming in. This is called when they're swapping player controllers. So our game mode, we want a... Do we have? We don't. Okay, so I'm going to go over to the code and do this in the code. This is our game mode for our gameplay. We want a U property of editing where blueprint read write category. This is going to be a T array of T subclass of class ABG player controller. Actually, it's going to be game player controller, right? Yep. These are our connected players. When a new PC comes in, we want to get our connected players. We don't want it to be T subclass of. We just want it to be that. We want actual referenced pointers. Get connected players is not an array. Hold on. Getting tired. T array of class of our controllers. There's our connected players. We're going to add unique, our new let's just make those player controllers. Okay. Add unique, and now we should be able to, there we go. And we know that they should be gameplay player controllers. So we should be able to get gameplay player. Yeah, this one, get player controller reference from it. Which, let's fix the names of this. Get gameplay Get game player controller reference. Alright. So now that we have that, I think that's, will we be able to see what happens? I don't know if maybe we'll be able to grab data before it's destroyed. You know? I want to get, I want to make a custom event called spawn player, and this will get all actors of class player start. We will promote that to a variable. Call this our spawn points. We want an input of a player controller here. Pass by reference. We're going to check, we're going to get the controlled pawn and check if it is valid. Does it have a controlled pawn yet? If so, we want to destroy that pawn. Because we're going to spawn a pawn. The owner is that player controller. The transform is going to come from our spawn points. Get. Whoop. I'm going to get from it. Get length -1. We're going to get a random integer in range from 0 to that max. Pick a random spawn point. And get transform. Always try to adjust, but always spawn. And then need to possess them. Okay, this spawns player at random starting point and possesses the newly spawned pawn with an incoming player controller reference. Let's close our lobby stuff for the moment. Our gameplay player controller on begin play creates a HUD. We don't want to do that. We want to create a function or an event. We need, so when we swap controllers and we come in, we need to make a new custom event called setup UI, which will also accept a player controller reference. It is going to get the player info, or get game player controller reference, get player info, break it, and check for this game master permissions, which we didn't do yet in our lobby. We need to do that. So if we have game master permissions, we are going to create a widget of game master HUD. Owning player is the incoming player controller. No value will be returned by reference. So maybe let's not pass by reference there. Add to viewport. Basically, we're doing this. And then set the reference. And add it to viewport. If player is the game master, create the GM HUD. So we're going to call setup UI. And then we will call spawn player. I believe we need to clear we have to clear the loading screen. Aha, remove all widgets. So let's move this out of the way. We're gonna do parent first, just in case we ever add anything in an upper begin play, and then we want to remove all widgets. So that'll get rid of our load screen when we come in. We might add that back, but for now, cool. We're not game masters, so that worked. Let's go back to our main menu, and let's see if we can get everybody in. Cisco, red, Dax, is blue. Start. Yeah, seamless travel is not supported in single process PIE. We need to do standalone. Let's try that again. Host test game. Cisco. DAX. Start. Hey, look at that. Okay, so I think we need to then make sure we're getting the right player controllers now. Let's quit. Gameplay player controller, okay. Just gonna go in selected viewport right here. Okay, that worked. Fix that for now. So when we load in, I want to set input to game and UI. We need to focus. I don't think we need to focus a widget. This needs to be into let's do standalone games. Hi. No, I'm working right now. Go away. There we go. Okay, this worked. That's a lot of... Interesting. Oh, it's spawning some default pawns, isn't it? Or it didn't destroy them. So, let's clean some stuff up. No default pawn class on the menu, at least. Default game map. None. We need some... Let's get some more player starts. That, and we're going to rotate relative. Whoop. Rotate 180. Rotate 180. Rotate 80. 80. Okay. There and there. Got our player starts. We want to go with a BP gameplay player controller. Gameplay. Stop. Let's cancel. Go to the main menu and save. Alright, let's just keep iterating through this until we're fully in. Dax, start. Okay. Well, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, so I feel like something here. Let's put a thing on that. Dax is in. Start. It's not receiving a new player controller. Didn't call. Oh wait, we're not. That's the problem with this, is we can't debug. Can't step through, so we're gonna put some print strings in here. One. Two. Um, so I think theoretically we should see a 1-2 and a 1-2 on the screen. No, it didn't. So, what's going on here? Is the game... Are we not swapping our game modes? Our main menu uses a game mode override of the menu game mode, menu player controller. Our lobby does lobby game mode, no pawn, lobby player controller. Our default game map does our gameplay game mode base and gameplay player controller. Why is this not getting called? Hello, Google. On swap player controllers not. Yeah, game mode and player controller are different. Ah, maybe. I'm pretty sure I had that selected in here. Yep. So maybe that was the secret. Maybe it needs to be selected on everything. Let's go to Dex. I haven't even begun yet. Oh. It called it. It fired it. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So... So we know we got that far. We fired into here for both. And let's see if the standalone calls that. Can't remember if it does. Oh, that worked. Main menu. There we go. This one is still not working. This one is. This is the server. They are connected. So this is our client here. Okay. Okay. So we made some progress. So the seamless travel was the key to getting that to work. Player controller on begin play just removes all the widgets. That doesn't get called because it's a standalone. So when we come in, we get the player controller reference, set up UI, spawn the player. We'll keep that. I'm going to go ahead on the default map, get rid of that one. Take a look at there. Gotcha. Okay, so our movement is on the pawn, a BG pawn. Not sure why it's not accepting movement. Whoops. Let's have this one hosted this time. Jax is hosting this time. Why does it do this? Why is it doing that? You've got player starts right here. Delay for a second. And then delay for a second. I'm just so confused sometimes by how Unreal handles spawning. I've got player starts. I have a spawn location. Well, what are you doing? Tell me what you're doing, please. I'd like to know. Skip the names for the moment. We don't need names. I just want to get this going. We're so close. End of UI setup. Spawning pawn. So maybe think because maybe this is getting called too quickly. So maybe do that. We're just gonna shorten that, and then custom event, ready check. Do a ready check, and then this is where we're going to do a connected players length game instance reference is this equal to the total player count that we're expecting? If so, so that's that. That's that. We're going to do a initialize player. Okay. Let's try that. Hello, Gregor's man. How's it going? That's what I just said. How's it going? That's good. I'm trying to get the game to migrate properly over from these the network lobby here. Got Cisco and Dax ready in the lobby, and Cisco launches the game. Why is it this? What's going on here? We aren't even getting... So this is, this runs on the server. Maybe that's the issue? So it did the UI setup twice, but it only did the spawning pawn one time. So it made it to here. Let's print out the length here. Let's flip it this time. Test here. Find game here. Two. It does see 2 connected players. Why is it not running spawn pawn on the second one? What's happening? Get rid of owner right there. Let's see what the... Maybe there's something on our pawn on a begin play. No? Doesn't look like it. Don't see anything here that would be... You need an on logout here. Same thing. Get gameplay controller reference. We need to gain instance reference. Destroy session caller. That's important. Not doing it on itself. And for some reason, it's not, there's no controls either. Alright, what if I just... don't do that. Default game map, default pawn is BP pawn. Gameplay, player controller. Yeah, see? It's fine. Our 2 separate single player controls just fine. What's going on with the load? I wonder if it's a limitation of... So why can't I move, however? Is it because it's the same thing? What if I just did 1? Client. Just 1. One player. Just me. And I start. Damnedest thing. I'm gonna reconnect that. Say none there. Just hosting a solo game for myself. There we go. So maybe it's a limitation of the same .exe files. So let's package it. How about that? Let's try packaging and see what happens. I want to development. Main menu. Okay, let's try it. Package. All this. Builds. I want to get this working because we're so close to just being able to have this work, you know? Then we can start diving back into the actual gameplay or the tool itself, the grid. Go. Yeah. Hey, successful. Explore. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to I think if I duplicate it, so copy, paste, So we've got 2 builds now. If I run one, whoop. Make sure that's still streaming. Yeah, okay, so we're in full screen here. I host a game. I'm going to say test and 2. Allow access on my private network. Looking pretty good. I'm going to launch a second one now from a different XE. Okay. Found it. There I am. Go to the other one. There he is. Okay, and we start. It's the same issue. Well, I'm absolutely confused. What is going on? So that's not the problem. The problem is not in here. But if I launch and I do it alone, I just do my own little solo. Is it because I'm on the same computer and I have to test this? I might do that after the stream's over. I'll dump it onto a separate computer and try over a real LAN. It might be seeing that I am the same computer and it doesn't like that. So let's assume it's working. Shall we? We assume it's working. This is our when player migrates to level and gets the new game player controller. This copies over the player info and does a ready check. I am still playing. It is. This is good stuff. I recognize this from one of my programming lo-fi playlists. Does a ready check. So the ready check are all players accounted for as expected. If so, initialize. Sets up UI, sets up UI, and spawns per player in connected players. Okay. Get rid of that, and just go straight into it now. Get rid of that for now. Okay. So, I want to do a quick thing over in our lobby while we're working on that. So let's go to our UI, our lobby. We don't have a, we don't have our settings yet, and this is where I want to be able to, set our game master permissions. So let's make one new WPP settings window. And in this, This is like the color select. This is not going to be its own thing. It's going to just pop up. Oh, Freudian slip there. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a border. I want to set that border to black 0.75. Let's also wrap it with that background blur. And in this, I want to do a vertical box. And in the vertical box is going to be let me think about this. It's going to be a scroll box. Actually, I don't think we need the vertical box at all. It's just a scroll box. And the scroll box, this is the player list. It's a variable. And I want a horizontal bar at the bottom. So this, we do want a vertical box. Wrap with vertical box, and in the vertical box, a horizontal bar at the bottom. Player list fills. We don't need this accept button, just the back button, which I will wrap with my usual size box of 75 and 150. Other way around, 150, 75. Back button, the opacity up, but I will make it that nice orange again. Okay, when we make this, I need, let's see. We're gonna make a custom event called populate player. Let's see, populate settings list. Populate settings player list. We're going to get the game mode. Can we do that from here? Get the lobby game mode reference. We will be getting the connected player info. And player list will clear children. And for each of these, create a widget. One real fast. The player, let's see, settings player button. This is just a button text. This is the player button screen. This is the player name. This will store player info on spawn, player info, editable and expose on spawn. I'm going to get this and break it, and it will set the button, set the background color to player color. And we will also, where's that text? Player name text. We will set the player name text to the player name. And when we click it, hold on, we'll get back to that. We're going to make our settings player button for each in the connected players. We're past that in there. Owning player is get player, and we will add child to that. Okay, and now we need to that's the player button, back button. When that's clicked, we just set visibility to hidden. That's it. When we click a player button, we're getting game mode, getting the lobby game mode reference. We are going to, so in the lobby game mode, we need a new, real quick called set player permissions. Permission value. And we need a player ID in here. Running a player ID as well. That player ID is also editable and expose on spawn. It is coming from the array index of our connected player info. So what we do here is then get our connected player info, or rather, connected players should match. Get the ID. Lobby player controller reference. Get player info. Set. Remember, we want to set the game master permissions. We're going to get I'm going to break it first. We're just going to not it. Invert. So this doesn't need a permission value. Whoa. Is this happy birthday? And then we're going to update everything. Or, hold on. Update the server side player info. And then that calls it. Okay. Yep. So this toggles game master permissions on player. So when we click a player button, we set player permissions with our player ID. Our background color is actually going to be based on our game master permissions. So select if true, green. If not, we'll go yellow. Just a player. And then, so we set the permissions, we update them. We call this. We need to populate our settings now. So, add connected player to player list seems like a good place. Let's check where this, because in this one, this other game, it's a kick list. Yeah. Which we're calling add to kick list. So add player to player list, update colors, and then add to kick list. Let's do player. What are we calling it? We need to do a settings menu, right? Oh, right. We haven't even added it. I'm getting tired. We're getting close to the end of the day, folks. Coming in for a landing, just a little bit longer. We're going to add a settings window to our canvas menu. To our canvas panel. Settings window. Anchor, it is stretched. We're going to go ahead and do 130 again. Just like our colors. Size to content. I think. Yeah. Looks familiar. Settings window is hidden by default. Our settings button, when we click it, get this, and it's going to set visibility to visible. That's it. Opens settings window. So where is it? Lobby menu, settings. Hold on. Populate settings player list. This is on the client side. So how about we do this rather than this? We want that coming in. This is going to be our connected players info by reference. Yeah. I think that'll work. So when we call this and we add player, we're also getting our settings window, and we're going to populate our settings player list. Okay, let's see if that works. Just us. Here we are. I'm red. There's our settings. This is us. Green. Yellow, green. Alright. That means we should be a game master. We are a game master. And there we go. We're starting to see things come together. Let's fix this up. Our settings window, when it's like stretching them, I don't like that. This player list, I want it centered and like this. And I want to put a text in the vertical box at the top. And we're going to call this click to set game master permissions. Center it. Bump it up. Click player to toggle game master permissions. Get rid of the ellipsis. Sure of what it does. Alright. Our settings button. Wrap it with a size box. I want it to be a nice healthy 300 wide by a nice 250 tall. No, I don't. I want it 150 tall. And our player name is going to be a healthy 48, 36. And we're going to give it 2 outline stroke. And we're going to set the color. Make a slate color from our player color. Because why not? We're just messing around. Let's see if things update properly. Hosting again, there's our test. Red. Whoop, I didn't mean to start. Cool, that's better. If we go Cisco and we go to settings, there we are. Yellow and back, settings, cool. I go pink. Perfect. And I know it's not working for us to do too, but let me just check. Let's get rid of that. Let's uncheck that. Let's do a network emulation for everyone. Average internet connect. Okay. Let's just try those things. 2. Okay. I'm going to learn more about, my face is down in that corner. I'm going to learn more about this, how to test a network game. Because we should be able to test network games when we're developing them. It makes no sense that I can't. Cool. So I'm going to be the game master and Dax won't be. We'll start. Yeah. See, that's ridiculous. However, they're in there. I don't really understand the, so it can't handle the separation because it's the same computer, I guess. So, we know that it's working. And we actually did prove right there, even though it looked like it failed. We proved that our, where are we? In our gameplay, right here. Oh. Taking the old, right, and transferring our player info into the new. That worked. That's important. We didn't have to do a whole bunch of saving and loading. So we know we can move volatile information that's going to be lost at some point here over to our new player. So if we just do it as 1 again. Just to conclude the day, let's take a look at the working functionality of BattleGrids thus far. We can host a game. We can have plenty of players in it, but not yet. Until I test it on multiple PCs. We select our color. We can get a name. We've got a settings window to toggle Game Master permissions. I want to be the Game Master. And I can start the game. And here we are. Welcome to BattleGrids. And we can start constructing. Lock things in place. Bring in and rotate. Look at that. Our rotation that we worked so hard on. My mouse is not appearing at the moment because I don't have the proper game input. But that's an easy fix next time. We can make some walls. I'm thinking something cool would be that we can right-click on a tile and delete it. And then set up underneath our board a kill zone. So if anything falls through it, maybe we can get alerted and allow us to have some death traps or pits and stuff for our players, as demonstrated by this cone. We can climb up on walls and stuff and grapple. Isn't that fun? Yeah. So I think things are coming along quite well. We don't have any way to get out of here at the moment. We have no menu. Maybe we'll add that next time. An in-game menu so that we can quit nicely would be probably a good thing to have. And I'm gonna test. Oh wow, it's starting to snow quite heavily outside. We have power here, luckily. Anyway, I think next time, yeah, we'll add in a game menu, an in-game menu, so that we can exit back to the main menu or exit the full game entirely. And I will test networking this across 2 computers to see if our code right now is working, and we just can't test LAN on the same computer. So until next time, thanks for joining me on Deep End Dev. I should be back tomorrow, Thursday. Yep, 9:30 tomorrow. So Mountain Time. I'll see you then. Thanks.